We're going to be planning on going a Destructive Link Tripanon setup, and then obviously using Maryland's Fallacy to get a shit ton of crit multi. This combo has been, you know, tried and true for early league starts. You can pay like 10, 15C for a Tripanon early. Use Destructive Link to give your carry 100% crit chance. Equip a Maryland's Fallacy, and just your damage goes astronomical at that point. We're trying to armor stack as early as possible. It's a little hard to pull off, but you want to make sure to, you know, maximize your armor, making sure you're getting Basalt, Granite, and Jade on your flasks here. If you can get Flagellant, is going to be the best thing to get here, and then obviously use on full. The rest of your items going to be, I think Duresos is a very good cheap unique to use early on. If you can get this 5 linked, I think it's pretty good. It's got a lot of life, got a lot of armor and evasion. If you're armor stacking, this will be very, very good, I think. And the increased onslaught effect here is extremely good as well. It helps out your attack speed early. Broken Crown is extremely broken for Chaos Res early. You do want some amount of Chaos Res going into the ultimatums. I think basically all of the people that are farming this should just equip a Broken Crown because it has a lot of armor, a lot of ES, which helps your EHP. Also has a ton of Chaos Res. Last thing to mention here is you can put on Belt of the Deceiver if you want. Intimidate. You can just use a rare belt with life on it. It's going to be doing just fine, but this also gives you crit mitigation, which is also pretty useful. The rest of the items are just going to be dog shit rares you pick up off the floor. Try and get as much life res as possible. Of course, we're level 75 here. Obviously, you're not going to have all these uniques and stuff at level 75, but just be aware that these are the things you should probably be looking out for as like powerful uniques you can add to your build. Anyways, let's look at the Aura bot we're planning on playing at level 75. Of course, it's a Guardian. You want to click Unwavering Crusade ASAP. This node's super broken, right? Level 30 auras, very, very powerful for leveling. Second thing, of course, you click the reservation efficiency, so it helps you run more auras. For the items here, Tripanon with Destructive Link, as I mentioned before, this is going to be the way that you cap crit instantly. Very, very powerful combo. Buy this as soon as you can. Very, very good Twink leveling setup. Have a Broken Crown, does the same thing, fixes Chaos Res, gives us armor. Very, very good setup here. Rest of the rares here are just life res rares. Fill them with whatever you can find. A lot of the supports are going to be wearing Shaper's Seed. This gives us 4 life regen, and it also stacks. So if you get 3 of these on your supports, it's 12% regen. Very, very potent. This item's also very common, once unique. It's a good way to get recovery early on, which is kind of hard. So I recommend stacking Shaper's Seeds, especially for ultimatum. There's a lot of ground degen and like, you know, saw blades, just stuff that's degens. And so getting as much recovery definitely helps a lot. I have a Centra of Benevolence on to share the flasks here. Obviously, I'll reiterate once again, this is like level 75 POB. You're not going to have all of these uniques, but these are the things you should be looking out for to upgrade your builds when farming ultimatum. Mentor's Gamble is a really good way to fix your reservation early on. You can also look to just get some early cluster jewels here just to fix your reservation. As for the pathing on the tree, we're going to be pathing over to all of the aura nodes that are close by. Sovereignty, we're clicking on Charisma, Leadership, and Influence. We're trying to click as all the aura nodes. We're trying to play an early aura bot. All of our offensive auras, that's Wrath, Anger, Hatred, are taken care of by Unwavering Crusade, so we all have to just run defensive auras here. Defensive auras you can run with a setup like this. It's going to be Triple Purity, Haste, Determine, Grace. You can really fit a ton of auras on because you are a Guardian. Guardian's very powerful early on low gear. You get a ton of power from the tree, the Ascendancies, you know, etc. So is very, very powerful early. Other utility links you should be thinking about is going to be Vol Rejuve Totem as well as Frost Shield. Recovery is very important, as I keep reiterating. Rejuve Totem is a great way to just get recovery. You can also put down Frost Shields to help absorb some of the damage that's coming from the ultimatum monsters. You can throw Portal Mines to obviously double your damage. So if there's like a particular rare that's hard to kill, whatever, if you chuck some mines at it, it'll take double damage. Obviously, Destructive Link to give our carry 100% crit chance. Keep it at level 1. You want to keep the mana cost very low because you're going to be linking 4 people, so you need to maintain that mana cost, and so keeping it at low level is preferred here. One thing to mention is that we are pathing to reduced mana cost nodes here. This reduced cost of skills here. We have Righteous Decree if we need it here, and we also have a reduced mana cost on the Dreamer wheel here. We also take the Mastery for mana cost, and the reason for that is because if we're linking 4 people, it does cost a lot of mana, and so we want to reduce that as much as we can. That's about it. You can use a Guardian's Blessing if you really want, but I think you're able to fit basically everything you'd possibly want on this particular setup, so I don't think a Blessing setup is strictly necessary in this case. Anyways, let's move on to the level 75 banner bot. Here is where this character has landed. I mean, obviously you want to click all of the Warcry CDR, and then you also want to click as much aura effect as you can. We are a champion, so once again, we click the Fortification node as well as the banner node. We click all of the banner wheels at the bottom side of the tree. It's very straightforward. Click banner nodes, click aura nodes, and get as much life as possible so you don't die. It's very straightforward. As for the items, we want to try and buy a Sign of the Sin Eater if possible. Smiting does give you a little bit of extra damage, and you do have a lot of aura effect because you are a champion. Also are pathing to aura effect because it affects banners. You can put on a Matua Tapuna to give yourself even more aura effect if you want. You take a Broken Crown to fix your Chaos Res. Rest of the rares are just going to be as much life and resistances as you can muster on just rares off the floor. And then, of course, Shaper's Seed for stacking regen. It's very prevalent here in Ultimatum. As for these socket groups here, we want to have an auto-exert link set up with 4 War Cries. It's going to be Seismic, Intimidating, Rallying, and General's Cry. General's Cry is the most important because it has the lowest cooldown, which means it's going to be generating the most Valor. You can also link Enduring Cry separately and just manually cast it if you want. But if you have a 6 link for some reason, you can link Enduring Cry and do it automatically. But the Enduring Cry does give regen, which is kind of nice. Also gives you some more endurance charge generation. It does help. You, of course, have the banner links. You just have Dread, Defiance, and War linked to more duration. You want to get as much duration as possible. So clicking this wheel here makes it so your banners last quite a long time. In this case, 48 seconds. Rest of the links here is just utility. Rejuve Totem, sure. Frost Shield, sure. Might if you need to have the extra damage. It's all very straightforward here. As for the Scion that's going to become a Cry bot, your Ascendancy is a little wacky in that you're clicking Chieftain and Trickster. Chieftain does give you Warcry buff effect. It's the most useful thing you could click, I think. And then second is Trickster. The reason for Trickster is just the monster's action speed is at most 90%. It's just a team-wide defensive buff, right, that slows the monsters down a little bit. There isn't really much better to click. I mean, Deadeye, I guess, is okay. Tailwind, but like, I think the defenses, I guess, on Trickster might be a little better, but there's some options there, just so you know. So on the Scion, you're coming out of Marauder Tree here, and you're clicking the Deep Breaths wheel because you are a Crybot. You want all the Warcry CDR. You click all the Warcry stuff in the Duelist area of the tree. You click Versatile Combatant to get block capped with the banners. Then you just click Life. I mean, really, it's very easy to execute this build. You just click a ton of life. The other thing you want to do is also click Endurance Charges. If you can buy an Ombu's Charge early on and get a bunch of Endurance Charges on the tree, give everybody like 6 Endurance Charges, that's also very good. As for the items, the number 1 item you want to buy is a Red Blade Banner. This isn't available super early, but you do want to be looking out for it, you know, as maybe one of your first buys on this build, because it does give it so your Warcries have infinite power. Very, very good item here. Broken Crown, of course, gives you ES, fixes your Chaos Res, Ombu's Charge to share Endurance Charges, dog shit rares off the floor, and then a Shaper's Seed, obviously, for the regen stacking. Your belt, you can wear a leather belt just for a ton of life, but if you can buy one for cheap, a Calm's Binding does go a long way in converting a bunch of that physical damage that's hard to mitigate early over to fire. All of these builds are optimized to basically be very strong in stationary ultimatum, and with this setup in particular, these 3 supports in the carry, the 4-man is going to be able to farm red tier ultimatums very comfortably. We, of course, aren't going to be doing ultimatum the entire league. We're just kind of doing it for some startup cash. I think it's just a very, very strong strategy to generate a lot of cash early on, so that's what we're planning around. Last thing to talk about, of course, is going to be what you should play in like a duo or trio. Now, I have not played a duo in quite many leagues now, but once again, I'm going to shout out It's Fine OK's group play spreadsheet here. I will link this spreadsheet, but it will have basically a bunch of different builds that are from the community, not my builds, let me reiterate, that are focused towards group play. There's going to be a variety of stuff here, stuff like, you know, Fusillade if you want it, or Kinetic Blast of Clustering, just a variety of builds that people from the community, like the group play community, have put together. Also has a lot of Q&A. If you're unfamiliar with group play, you have a lot of questions, you know, this is a good place to start. I can give you a few general tidbits of advice. So first, let's start if you're in a 5-man, like who do you cut? And I think in a lot of scenarios, it's going to be Mana Guardian. It's just like kind of the easiest thing to cut, I think. If you don't want to cut Mana Guardian, you can cut the Druggery, but you're going to have less recovery. So you kind of have a choice there. Cut Mana Guardian, or you can cut Druggery, and you're sacrificing raw HP pool or recovery. Those are your 2 choices, right? You can also, if you have 5 people, decide to cut a Kohler, and instead of having a dedicated Kohler, you can just try and squeeze in some rarity onto the carry. That's also another angle. I think all of those are perfectly fine options. I think if you're going for a 4-man setup, I think the reality is that you're going to need to cut the Banner bot. The reason for that is because the Banner bot has some survivability issues, and without a Mana Guardian / the Druggery, it's just, I think, going to be harder to hold the party together, if that makes sense. And also, if you're moving around a lot in like Titanic maps, you're moving around. Banner bot is like not necessarily the thing you want to be playing because stationary defenses are so strong. And the lower your party size becomes, generally the faster the party moves and the less good the Banner bot becomes. If you're doing more stationary content, let's say the new Breach Hive stuff becomes good, then obviously Banner bot is GG. But I think if your strategy revolves in moving a lot, Banner bot is less good. And in that case, you probably want to get Fortify from something else. You can do that in a number of ways. You can have your Aura bot rotate over to Champion, get Fortify that way. It's going to be lower, but it's still going to be very very good. When we get down to 3-man parties, we have a choice of 3 different builds we can play. Obviously, your first build is a carry, your second build an Orabot, and your third build is going to be one of these 3. The third character can play a Gregory Crybot hybrid. The Crybot's especially good if you want to go armor stacker. It's also just generically good, and it gives a ton of recovery. Next up, we have the Bannerbot Fortify. This is the best build you could possibly play if you're doing stationary content, or if for some reason stationary content is meta. It just is king of defenses when you're standing still. And the last one's going to be a Mana Guardian Crybot hybrid. So you have a couple options there. I'm not going to talk too in depth about duo builds, but definitely look out on its final case sheet. There's probably going to be a lot of different ideas people are doing for duos. I think that goes over all of the builds we're going to be doing in the 328 league here. Pretty excited to just try the new stuff. I'm not sure how good ground loot yada yada is going to be, but at the very least, I'm excited to like explore the new content. Mirage looks pretty cool, so you know, we're just going to see how the league is. I'll do a different video kind of detailing also just our strategies and you know why I think Titanic is going to be super good in Mirage, that sort of thing, but it'll be saved for a different video here. Any questions about the builds, you can leave in the comments. I try to answer as many people as I can. Once again, I'm Snap, and thanks for watching. A lot of the legwork. A lot of the legwork here. Anyways, that's enough about the carry. Not too much has changed.
What? All right, today we're going to build our Fantasy AM5 motherboard that I've always wanted since the dawn of time. That's going to have more PCIe lanes than is physically possible, and yet it's still going to work. Let me put it to you another way. AM5 with 32 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. We need our friends at LR Link to help us out. But before I get to that, there's some explanation that is needed. Okay, look, it's hard to get components right now. And that's true for Workstation and everything else, but some people have a business to run. Some of you, a lot of you in the audience, have small and medium-sized businesses that you have to support. And I think gone are the days that you could really splurge on super high-end hardware. Not only that, AMD has AMD EPYC server CPUs in the AM5 socket. You can also use just regular desktop AM5 CPUs as a server CPU. This is a 650 chipset from ASRock Rack, and this will make a perfectly reasonable file server or workgroup server. I mean, you could run 50, maybe 100 people off of this thing, 128, 192 gigs of RAM, depending on what your workload is and what you're doing. It's perfectly reasonable. But the part about it that's not reasonable is PCIe connectivity. But you have to understand, PCIe connectivity is just lanes, and lanes are fungible. They can.
Oh, I should poop. This is gonna take a while.
be spent on all kinds of different things.
This video is sponsored by Incogni. I made this rubber
That's great. Let's see what Belton has to say. 2 years ago.
What up? What up? What up, thick boy crafting crew? It's your boy Belton, Flash Daddies and no queens and everything between. Gather round, it's a new league, baby, and she's a crafting league. The boys are excited, the spirits are high, and I've got a video here that has been long requested by you guys, and that is, how do I make currency at the start of a league? Or sometimes the question is phrased as, you know, Belton, how can I start to do what you're doing, you know, the same tactics or whatever if I have a very low starting point? Now, obviously, these things kind of overlap. Obviously, the start of the league, or it's equal opportunity playing ground. We all start with nothing, so that'll cover both bases here. In the past, I've hesitated to do these because my concern was that, you know, when the markets evolve so quickly at the beginning of a league, with the amount of inflation coming in and people, you know, transitioning so often, and sometimes things will go 4 or 5x in a single day or half a day or whatever. And it's really hard to just, you know, with any concern for sort of like a editorial guidelines or standard of care, I suppose, with that content, recognizing that there's a fair amount of people that listen to what I say. It's a difficult position to be in where you don't value extract the entire market. As well, obviously, the first couple of days of a league, I myself am often very, very busy. And as well, you know, one of the chief complaints viewers tend to have is, you know, they watch a video and despite disclaimers, warning of this, probably 20 or 30 times a week, I see somebody complaining that, you know, they followed what was in the video and they didn't have the same results, and so therefore it's a scam video. You know, when I buy something at like 2 divs, sell it at like 10, and they buy it at like 8 divs and sell it at 6. You know, I suppose you don't go you don't go for a ride in the YouTube comments expecting to come home on a longer bus. I guess that probably explained it pretty well. Nonetheless, I digress. Today, to address this, and hopefully to the happiness or joy or surprise, or hopefully you guys like this, basically, TLDR, my words aren't coming to me right now. We are going to be doing probably my most requested thing ever, and that is ba-boom, 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 50 ways to make currency at league start. Now, before I jump into them, most of you guys know I tend to try to play the game in a different way than other people. This league, I didn't clear my Atlas until probably a month and a half or 2 months into it. And that's, as of late, at least in recent leagues, has been relatively consistent in terms of my behavior. So, because my chief currency making strategies for myself typically do not involve the Atlas, at least in a large part, and also because I think that's probably one of the most heavily covered things that, you know, I don't need to dogpile on to the opinions of people who know better than I do, or just to, you know, throw my hat in the ring simply to get a couple of views from you guys. So what we're going to be focusing on today are a bunch of different strategies that I have done in the past. Now, bear in mind that does not mean that they will necessarily work right now, which actually, quick tangent, brings me to another point. One of the reasons I've hesitated in the past doing this is that markets are inherently dynamic because they are contingent on player behavior and player preferences. Of course, things like patch notes and tangible changes can have a direct and material impact on how certain things will trend or go in the markets. But, you know, there might be a very popular streamer playing a different archetype or a novel archetype, and a bunch of people might think it looks cool and follow him or something. And, you know, that accounts for a surge in, you know, a play style or an archetype that hadn't occurred before. That kind of stuff happens all the time, and it's not really something you can account for. Not to mention the league mechanics tend to be a big question mark prior to going into them. Obviously, you know, they give you a teaser of what it can potentially offer, and maybe some rough guideline or outline of how the league mechanic like sort of works. But never once have I played a league where like the full, you know, the full understanding of it was developed right away. And so because of that, there's lots of things, lots of moving parts, and so it's quite difficult. But before I do jump into these, do please bear in mind, today's video is going to be 50 different strategies, 50 different strategies that I use at the beginning of leagues to make currency, and not a single one of them is going to involve mapping. So the purpose of this video is to highlight the multitude of ways in which you can find different opportunities. Because there are so many of them, I have only actually written out one sentence for each one, or sometimes it's just a couple of words. So rather than doing my usual, you know, in-depth, I spent 8 minutes and kind of show you thing, today what we're going to be doing for this video, I'm literally just going to say what it is I do. I might give you a sentence or two as to what that means. For the guys that are Patreon supporters, also, I suppose, time for a message from our sponsor. Thank you. What's up, guys? Patreon.com/BeltonPoE. Set that up last week. Had a bunch of people sign up for it. Super grateful for that, guys. Really does help out a lot. If you want some extended content, so for this video here, as I mentioned, we're going to be going over some things quickly. If you want in-depth, step-by-step breakdowns on how to do each one of these things in more of a long-form written content, or just to get in touch with me or have access to my notes and my strategies as they're unfolding in the league, you can check that out on the Patreon. If you go back a video or two, there is actually a video fully explaining that. It has been going great, so thanks again, guys, for the support. And again, if you do want a deeper look on this stuff today, I believe I'll link it in the description. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Back to the program. Alrighty. Chad Capitalist Belton passing it off. Now, Sad Commie Belton sharing his strats.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? I don't know where mine are because I'm too busy working on pushing commit final v2 actual fix to GitHub. Unfortunately, if you're one of the 100 million plus developers who use GitHub, you may have encountered a message like this recently, or maybe all of your pull requests just disappeared completely, or maybe the search returns nothing, or your continuous integration actions just hang in the void. GitHub is easily the most important website in software engineering, but more and more developers are yelling at it, and in some cases literally crying, like it's a broken vending machine that ate their last dollar. Well, finally, yesterday, things hit the point of no return, after legendary developer Mitchell Hashimoto did the unthinkable. He packed up his open source project Ghosty and is leaving GitHub for good in search of greener pastures.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
In today's video, we'll find out what the hell happened to GitHub and why. It is April 30th, 2026, and you're watching The Code Report. In 2008, GitHub was built with Ruby on Rails as an online platform to manage your software source code with a relatively new technology called Git, which is the version control system built by Linus Torvalds in 2005 to manage the source code of Linux. The pitch was simple. Take the command line nightmare your senior engineer keeps yelling about, give it a web UI, make it like Facebook for code, and suddenly every developer on earth has a public coding profile. It worked so well that by 2018, Microsoft bought it for $7.5 billion. Today, it hosts over 420 million failed side projects and effectively is the public record of software. If it isn't on GitHub, it might as well not exist. Developers use it to store code, track bugs through issues, propose changes through pull requests, run tests and deployment through GitHub Actions, while also functioning as a social network and resume for developers, all duct taped to a Git server, which is exactly why it breaking is such a problem. And the main reason developers are big mad at GitHub right now is uptime, or lack thereof. But let's check the actual receipts. According to third-party monitoring, GitHub uptime in 2025 dipped below 90%, and April 2026 is tracking around an abysmal 86%. For context, AWS S3 promises 11 nines, and GitHub is currently operating at just 1 9. However, the official GitHub status page would beg to differ and reports uptime well above 99% for all services. Regardless, the previous week on GitHub was a disaster. On April 23rd, the merge queue quietly unmerged 2,092 pull requests across 658 repos. In other words, the platform whose entire job is to not lose your code just lost your code.
And it's gone!
Then on April 27th, GitHub's Elasticsearch subsystem was hit by a botnet that took down GitHub Search for hours. And then on April 28th, GitHub was forced to publish 2 blog posts the same morning. One was the CTO apologizing for reliability, while the other was about a critical remote code execution vulnerability, where git push could literally execute code on GitHub servers. A few big projects like Zig have already migrated away from GitHub, but then shit really hit the fan when Mitchell Hashimoto dropped this blog post. He's the creator of tools like Vagrant and Terraform, which are part of his company HashiCorp, which was taken public and made him extremely rich. Despite having enough money to own his own private jet, he still bangs out code daily building a terminal emulator called Ghosty. He joined GitHub in 2008 as user number 1299 and has logged in almost every single day for 18 years. But on April 28th, he wrote a breakup letter while literally crying. Speaking of GitHub, he said, quote, "I want to ship software, and it doesn't want me to ship software." That line hits hard, and he says he kept a journal for a month and put an X next to every day a GitHub outage blocked his work, and almost every day got an X. At this point, he's had enough, and his 50,000 star GitHub project Ghosty is leaving the platform for good. That's a massive vibe shift, but who can we get blamed for this? Well, it's easy to point the finger at Microsoft because it's literally their sole responsibility to make this website work, but I actually know people who work at GitHub and believe they're trying.
The key to success is developers, 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 developers. Developers.
When they acquired GitHub back in 2018, it actually got better in the years that followed, with features like actions, code spaces, etc. But now, in the AI coding era, the enshittification is real. A GitHub CTO admits, in writing, that since 2025, agentic development workflows have accelerated sharply, which translated into English means that AI agents are hammering GitHub like it's a free buffet. GitHub isn't just a host for developers anymore, it's a host for their replacements. In the same way Bill Gates saved the world world from COVID-19, I have faith Microsoft will turn the GitHub ship around. But if they don't, there are alternatives out there. You've got the reliable but boring GitLab, you've got the German nonprofit Codeberg, and you've got the minimal SourceHut, which has zero AI features whatsoever, and many other viable platforms ready to reap the benefits of GitHub's downfall. That means the good news is that if you make the mistake of choosing to become a programmer as a career, there will always be a home for your code. But did you realize you have 80,000 hours in your career, 40 hours per week, 50 weeks per year for 40 years? That's a lot of time to make a positive impact on the world, and 80,000 hours
Valve's Steam Controller will be launching on May 4th, and we're testing it today. In our latency testing, the Steam Controller performed impressively with Valve's included puck and when wired. We also tested charge time, battery life, and we made a custom 3D animation to try and better understand TMR thumbsticks. Valve's using tunnel magnetoresistant sticks, which we spent a few days studying to try and understand why they're supposed to be so good. The animation by Andrew on the team makes that easier. In addition to the testing, we spent a ton of time just playing games with Valve's new Steam Controller, and we've even torn it down already, although that'll be a separate video coming out later today. And the controller is highly repairable, which is awesome, actually. We'll talk about that in depth in the teardown video. But this
Hi guys, we have a new member of our team. Meet Sarah. She's a new vibe code cleanup specialist.
Hi guys.
Hi there. So, wait, so what does that even mean? Just somebody to redo whatever Josh does?
Why are you pointing this at me?
You know why. And just when you think you've seen everything in tech, this company goes and hires a person whose entire job is to undo everything another person does.
Yo, just push the tiny update to prod. Don't worry, told AI to make it scalable this time. And of course, as always, make no mistakes.
Sarah.
On it. Yeah, I'm not sure if the company knows this or not, but I don't think Josh knows how to code at all. Like, I only started here 3 days ago, and it's already
Good luck.
This design is basically a lifesaver for roofers. In the US side, a lot of roofers get hurt every year because of slips, missed footing, or just losing their balance and falling off a roof. And the risk gets even worse because many roofs are already sloped to begin with, while common aluminum and metal roofing surfaces are a lot slicker than people think. Once your footing gives out, it's very easy to start sliding fast, and that's exactly why someone came up with these anti-slip roofing pants. At first glance, most people would probably think they look just like a regular pair of work pants, but the real difference is in this high-friction outer layer. Unlike normal work pants, which usually have a smoother fabric surface, these are made with a rougher outer material that grips the roof much harder. So if a worker slips or starts sliding, that extra friction between the pants and the roof
This is Japan's new most controversial soda, and just its existence has a lot of people upset. It can be found pretty much anywhere, with marketing and advertisements sprinkled all around the country like Caterpie and Viridian Forest. It's everywhere, and at this point, it's impossible not to see its strange name. It's called Nope, and it's specifically designed for stressed out people in their 20s and 30s who want to recreationally punish their bodies just to squeeze out that last bit of dopamine out of life. It's made to support a new trend called guilty eating, and created on the back of a study by the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, which shows that the percentage of people feeling stress has risen sharply from 53.3% in 2021 to 82.7% in 2023. We can't even be stressed anymore without being marketed to. It's high caffeine, high calorie, high sugar, and probably absolutely terrible for you, with 99 fruits and spices, but no actual fruit juice. But I'm only interested in the flavor, because creating a new cola in the age of Coca and Pepsi is a bold move, and I don't think this is going to stand a chance. On my first sip I went, This tastes like every brown soda mixed with 3 different energy drinks. It's overwhelmingly sweet, and that's coming from someone who flew to this island on a bald eagle. It tastes like Dr. Pepper and bubblegum, then Coca-Cola, Monster, and Red Bull. I wanted to see if it would make junk food taste any better, and it didn't really do anything, but these chips are nice. I'm just not sure how I feel about creating a product specifically for stress eating, but I don't know, maybe it's not that deep. This is Japan's new most controversial soda, and just its existence has a lot of people upset. It can be found pretty much anywhere, with
Hello there, Exiles. Halo and Seek here, and welcome to our Orobot guide for Path of Exile Lake of Kalandra League.
Orobots are characters that forego traditional
remember this against so many horrors and so my head. I think it's time to at last test your limits. This is only the beginning. Let yourself be drawn into them. yourself of me. You can't get rid of the exile. Nothing you do matters. The dream will end, and the dreamer will pass into the next world. Do you not wonder what tugs at the strings of fate? What stands astride the abyss and beckons you to fall?
Gameplay, and instead draw their strength from the power of friendship. You may not be able to kill monsters, but you can make some numbers really, really big, and isn't that what Path of Exile is all about? The Orabot playstyle is similar to that of a minion build, but instead of your minions following you around, you have to follow a singular, incredibly powerful, often boneheaded minion wherever it goes.
Boneheaded pretty often, more often than not sometimes. Before we get into the guide, there's a few things to talk about. The first thing is that a lot of the Orabot guides out there, while some of them have very good versions of Orabots, they're basically all completely lacking in information on how to take an Orabot from level 1 all the way through maps at every stage of investment. So for leveling, we have in the notes section, Seek has laid out an excellent source of information here that covers all of the gem sockets you need, all sorts of things to think about. It goes through like lots of. I mean, you can probably talk about it more than I can. Like
Yeah,
all these
I mean,
considerations, the great Orobot swap, like when we generally switch from the Orobot being a solo character to picking up Auras, you know.
Yeah, it's got that. The notes should take you all the way through the acts, and then it has a little bit of extra information at the bottom about progressing your gear and items into maps and into the more expensive versions.
Along with that, like with the Spark carry guide, if you've seen that, there are also detailed leveling trees. So, you know, from level 24 all the way on to early maps, several different stages of investment, and accompanying item sets that show what items you should prioritize and what gem sockets you should have at those level breakpoints. So this should make your leveling experience very easy. Now, we wanted to do a super well edited guide that was tightly organized and such, but it's like 3 in the morning on Sunday or Monday morning here, and League Start is fast approaching, so you're getting more of a podcast style guide. Hopefully it'll still cover everything you want to know. It'll be just a little bit more of a windy journey to get there, I suppose. Alright, so why don't you tell us about what an Orobot provides?
Alright. So the Orobot provides, first and foremost, absolutely absurd defenses. Gives you maximum Ellie res from the Purities. You get a ton of armor and evasion from the combination of Determination, Grace, Defiance banner. You get a bunch of life and mana regen from Vitality and Clarity. This version employs the Stormblast Mines that scale off Aura effect when those are thrown on the ground. Nearby enemies will take 108% increased damage.
Right, because you have, I was going to say, because you have 18 mines, right? You can throw 18 down, and each, that scales up to 6% each.
Yes.
Before we cover anything else, let's just talk about high impact mine portal mines, because I know people are going to ask in comments about it. We run the Annihilating Light on a lot of the versions of the carry, so high impact portal mines do nothing because we're already doing triple damage. In addition to that, while they should have the same cast time, Seek swears that Stormblast Mine throws a little faster, or that there's like some weird delay with high impact mine. Since the damage is pretty close.
It sure does. Honestly, if you haven't played with Stormblast Mines for hundreds of hours, you probably wouldn't even notice it, but personally, I can't stand that slight delay. It definitely exists, I promise.
That, and because of all the different things we run, we're also very, very strapped for gem sockets, because we like having a cast and damage taken Molten Shell, fitting in a Rejuvenation Totem, additional accuracy on Smite. We're going to talk about that later, but we might as well bring it up now. Where is it? Where is it? Smite is?
It's going to be in the Flame Dash.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, so additional accuracy, it makes your Smite hit, go from like 70 or 80% all the way up to 98, so it hits reliably every time. And you can quality this to get.
Yeah, I mean if you uncheck that right now, it goes down to 70. Yeah, that's if you're familiar with playing an Orobot, you know that is not going to feel good.
Right, because it's like 20% chance that your big damage buff isn't up, right? So you want that consistency. Okay, so now that we've thrown the order of things we're going to talk about completely out of whack, let's go back and finish what the Orobot provides us.
Yeah.
We're talking about
speaking
defenses.
of the big damage buff, that being the level 30 smite granted by our unique scepter, the Sign of the Sin Eater, gives a level 30 smite, which is equivalent to over 600 flat added lightning damage.
Yeah, that's like 3 level 20 added lightning support gems. This is absolutely crazy. Like going from level 20 on your smite to level 30 is ludicrous.
Right, and then finally, we also run, the Orobot also runs the best link, Soul Link, which gives the carry around 66% more effective hit points.
The 14%, so first, the link's target takes 14% less damage, and that applies to the Righteous Fire degen. It's usually not the difference maker because you don't want to run Righteous Fire if you don't have a fair amount of energy shield, or energy shield regen. But it's enough that it's a really nice stat. And then 30% of the damage that they take from hits only after that is taken from the Orobot's energy shield instead of the carry. The Orobot has a really easy time capping spell suppress, unlike these versions of the build, so it helps a lot when doing like scary boss fights and such. And in general, the carry has a much more dangerous playstyle because the Orobot can stay back. The carry generally has to like run up and face check things a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Even with Soul Link damaging, transferring some of the damage from the carry to the Orobot, even with that, oftentimes the Orobot is still going to feel like the tankier and the safer of the pair. But again, with the defenses it provides, they're both going to be insanely tanky.
All right, and let's talk about our damage auras a little bit. So
yeah.
This is obviously going to change drastically based on investment tree, right? Because we get more and more reservation to fit more and more damage auras.
Exactly. It spikes pretty hard. Early mapping, you're going to be running 1 damage aura even through late maps. When you finally get your Victario set up, around 500x, you can run 2 damage auras and potentially 1 on a Divine Blessing. And then when you throw a little bit more currency in there, around, and I say X because that's how we organized it last time.
We tried to...
But with the crazy economy changes with the Divine Orbs, we've recently changed it into
Chaos.
What we think is the equivalent amount of chaos it's going to cost.
Who knows what this is actually going to be? Like we've tried to estimate it, like you said, but what can you do? Anyways,
what can you do?
In this version, we actually fit Wrath, Zealotry, Hatred, and Haste with all the defensive auras still. Sort of the higher kind of investment point.
To fit in these additional 50%, right? The damage auras are all 50%. It's pretty hefty cost to run. To fit them all in the higher investment version, you're going to need to invest in a couple of level 3 Enlightens, 2 of them, I believe. And in addition, you're going to need slightly more expensive aura gear.
All right, what's the playstyle of an Orabot like? Obviously like that of a minion build, but tell us a little more about it.
To be a little more specific, now generally speaking, any Orabot is going to do, one very important thing, which is follow around the carry or the party, potentially, and simply passively, grant them all the insane buffs that the Orabot grants. However, there are a lot of incredibly useful utility gems. Again, think the Soul Link, the Smite, the Stormblast Mines. We fit those all into this build, and so this Orabot ends up being a pretty active playstyle. It's definitely not just a run around and do nothing, just follow the carry build. You're going to have to be going in and out of combat, and you're going to have to be paying attention to all of your buttons, of which we have several.
Yeah, it's a lot more like playing a support build in an MMO, I'd imagine. Where you have lots of buttons to manage, it's a lot more intensive. Now, at higher investment, we start aggressively turning off buttons in both the carry and the Orabot. To the point where our goal for the league is we are going to kill a 300 quant Feared while completely AFK, using nothing but a 1-link Tempest Shield for damage. And we'll talk about those. We're going to make Aegis Aurora melding versions. Those don't exist yet, but we'll add them to the POB, a day or two before league start. We were supposed to talk about that later, but I was just too excited.
Yeah. Hey, truly the Path of Exile dream, right? You want to remove as many buttons as possible.
It's fun to have them in a sense. It's a little more active, but it's like I want to earn the right to trivialize the game while pushing no buttons. It's like
exactly.
Well, let's get into the fundamental mechanics of an Orabot. We've talked about some of the high level things, but if you're not familiar with how Orabots work. We spend auras. We run a lot of auras, which means we need to reserve a lot of life and mana.
Oh, right. So, typically most of your auras are going to be reserved on your mana. The reason we can fit more on our mana than on our life is that there's so many tools in the game that give mana reservation efficiency and otherwise lessen the cost of, reserving auras on your mana. For instance, there are Helm enchants, although this build doesn't need any specific ones. And there are notably a bunch of masteries around the tree that even give mana reservation to specific auras. Because they give them to specific auras, it means that you have to be a little bit careful between which auras you're going to reserve on your life and your mana. For instance, any aura that you take a mastery for, you're going to want to be reserved on your mana, of course. And generally speaking, to reserve as many auras as possible, you want to finagle your mana and life reservation so that you're reserving as much as possible out of both of those pools.
Yeah, we'll talk. We're going to talk about it later, but it's a good time to bring it up now. Chaos Inoculation Orabots versus running Coruscating Elixir. People ask about this a lot because a lot of people just don't want to reserve auras on their life because it's kind of scary, right? Especially if you're not familiar with how it works. But Coruscating Elixir is really easy to maintain uptime on, right? We do that with Pathfinder.
Yeah, so you don't even need, you don't exactly need 100% uptime even. You can run around with 75 or even 50% uptime, but we only need 3 small pieces of gear or investments to get 100%, standing still in hideout uptime on Coruscating Elixir. Those things are going to be the Pathfinder Ascendancy, the Survival Secrets Unique Jewel, which is the same one that we pick up in Act 2 and run throughout the rest of the game, and then just 4 passive points spent on the Essence Extraction wheel.
Yeah, and so you do actually get 100% uptime, and that should work even in reduced flash charges gained maps. So you are 100% comfortable. Once you're confident with how the build works, then you can start to remove some of those things. Like we in some versions for farming Feared and such, we don't even run the Pathfinder node. We just take it off and run like Necro for cast speed, just because we are very comfortable in those fights with knowing exactly how much flash charge sustain we really need. Just the mastery alone and killing things tends to work there.
Exactly. Yeah. So to return real quick to the Chaos Inoculation versus essentially Coruscating Elixir, right? Reserving on your life. I previously would have referred to that as a Covenant version, but alas,
this is a buff.
GG deleted that item.
Oh,
sorry,
man.
they buffed it. They buffed it. My bad.
One of the unique reworks make them more interesting and exciting.
They sure made my weekend a lot more exciting, as I had to redo about 20 hours of this.
I'd love to see it. I'm gonna get
Anyway.
a "This Is a Buff" T-shirt in commemoration.
Yeah. But essentially, especially on a very high level of investment, and I mean very high, well over 100 exalts, you can go Chaos Inoculation because you have the luxury of being able to afford a bunch of 3 passive voices with 35% increased effect reservation clusters, and it's on it, you throw some voices, and you can run every aura without reserving any life. But really, as we mentioned earlier, the price of running Coruscating Elixir really isn't that big, given the huge upside of simply being able to run, another 120 or 140% reservation worth of auras.
So yeah, like everything in Path of Exile, you can throw currency at a problem and just make it go away. But all of these versions of both this build and the carry have been designed and optimized to insane levels for cost efficiency. Like we're it's so crazy that every now and then we're like sitting here getting ready to record and we're just going back and forth talking about how good the builds are and how crazy everything is, just because they've turned out so well. We're like pat ourselves on the back a little bit. All right, so since Covenant is dead and deleted and gone forever, we use Victarios, right?
Yeah, it is, it doesn't feel nearly as good. I do miss my old Covenant, but Victarios has, some pretty powerful modifiers on it. Namely, it has two modifiers. The 2 most important ones are the 45% increased reservation efficiency of Socketic Gems. That means that when we put a bunch of 50% damage auras in there, we get a huge benefit, a huge boost to our reservation. And notably, Socketic Gems are supported by level 30 Generosity. Now what Generosity support does is it provides a huge amount of aura effect to the supported auras. A level 30 Generosity in Victarios gives 49% increased aura effect. However, the downside of Generosity support, as the name might imply, is that your auras, the supported auras, no longer apply to you. Because of this, you have to be really careful about which gems you support, or which auras you support with your Generosity, and therefore which ones you socket in Victario's influence. Pretty much, you never, under any circumstances, want to put any of your defensive auras linked to a Generosity, or you even want to avoid putting anything like Clarity on there, as we need Clarity to sustain Soul Link for ourselves. Essentially, the only things linked to our Generosity are going to be our level 30 Smite, which since Sign of the Sin Eater grants level 30 Smite, anything you socket in Sign of the Sin Eater that can support a Smite will support the level 30 Smite granted by it. And then
we get level 20 Generosity on our Smite, right?
Yes.
But you were talking about just Generosity in general, maybe.
Yeah, generosity in general. And then the other inbuilt generosity is, of course, on Victario's influence.
And the 15% aura effect on it is pretty nice too, I guess.
It is a little bit of a saving grace, you know. That is something that Covenant did not provide.
But we do really need to reserve auras on our life, and since we can't do it with Covenant anymore, we use Prism Guardian.
That's right. In addition, now we would have had to use this anyway to make up for the reservation lost by Covenant. But, you know, in addition, another nice, fun, buffed, and made more interesting unique, although it was actually a faded version, was the Wakatutuki Omatua. That used to be one of the favorite shields of the Aurabot. It ran around 200 energy shield with 20% increased aura effect. Now, it has been reduced to the non-faded version, Matua Tapuna, which is the same thing with a pathetic amount of energy shield instead.
It's like one of the 14 nerfs we've like received. It's somewhere in there. It's like 10. It's like at least crazy. 10. You know, since in the manifesto and patch notes, it's pretty crazy. And the funny thing is, we don't even care because we're just that strong and it doesn't matter. It's just like, yeah, you're gonna throw a couple hundred chaos at it. You know, still just do all the content in the game pretty much.
Exactly. As I like to say, we were just overcapped on being broken before the nerfs, you know. So we were protected. we're still just about the maximum amount of broken.
1 to 3.
We'll make it happen.
Oh, because of Nico. Oh, is it fucking ultimatums? Does it have to be fucking ultimatums?
What is your desire? Do what you must, Shinga.
You are accomplishing nothing.
Did I click that?
What is your desire? Slaughter them all. You fight like a dickhead. your wish. The greatest taste shall be yours.
I have never seen the sun with my own eyes. I see good.
is your desire? Ah, a wish for riches.
You cannot stop
Did I finish Nico in that? Yep. Last one.
They pleaded for the gods to bless their land. Now they lie under the soil.
broken. You can be.
All right. Well, I love how we've gotten a little bit out of order with the Orabot, but let's just keep going on. We've talked about Smite, right? 600 flat added lightning. It's pretty nuts. What's up next on the list? Vault Discipline, probably, right? Before we get into the Divine Blessings setup.
Yeah, I think so. So Vault Discipline. I mean, what it does, it makes your energy shield recharge not be interrupted by damage. So, you know, when you wait a while, right, your energy shield starts to recharge, and it recharges fast, right? I believe on this character, we're looking at around 5,000 per second while the Vault Discipline is up. It also, of course, applies to your allies as well. And you can think of this as an... Oh, is that only 3.2?
It's only 3.3. It's one of the nerfs. And one of the nerfs that hit
how
it really
sad.
well.
I only recover 3,200 ES per second. But yeah.
Oh, wait. Look, it's
Oh, no.
3,299. You know the advertising thing where people like price things 99 cents? So you round down in your head thinking it's cheaper? People, you ever wonder if that works? You've just seen it here. I mean, interrupt. I just had to interject that.
No, of course. It's a great observation there.
Okay, Divine Blessing tech. Unless you had something else you're going to get to first.
No, I mean, it's an immortal button. Yeah, that's what it is, and that's the reason that we, in later versions of the build, don't run any other Vol auras, because while they're powerful and they're fun, they do take away souls from your Vol discipline. You know, the souls gained are shared between all your Vol skills, and while the other ones are good, they don't really compare to an immortality button.
I will say, from all of the feared sets we've done, especially Uber Elder, Seek seems to derive a disturbing amount of pleasure from standing in Shaper Beam and balls and just being like, I'm just gonna stand here. This is fine. This is comfortable.
It's one of the few pleasures left to us Orobots.
Take it where you can get it, I suppose. Okay, now the Divine Blessing, and this is really cool. So, we used to run Divine Blessing on the Spark Carry setup, with Life Tap of course, but GGG deleted that, so we have a new, better way to do it instead. All it costs is an Orabot Flask, and the Flask slot in the Orabot, and it costs a few points on the passive tree. Well, we were already going to take...
Really only 1 point,
Yeah,
because we would
really only
otherwise
one.
take that smaller mana wheel.
Yeah, we would already take 1-2 points for the Mastery for Clarity, so we take an extra point. We pick up the Dreamer Wheel, and this gives us 15% reduced mana cost of skills, right? That, combined with Inspiration, gives us a 34% reduced mana cost of skills. And we use a Flask. We should change this to not a Gold Flask, because it should probably be an Ellie Flask, or even a Bismuth Flask for just...
I mean, it
using
says
those
on the
charges.
item, don't use a gold flask.
I guess it does say that. Yeah, there we go. Anyways, we turn this flask on. So what we've done is there is a flask suffix, 25% reduced mana cost of skills during flask effect, and you get this flask mod by unveiling Cinder Swallows from Katarina, I believe they drop. And it's when unveiling a Cinder Swallow, there are 6 mods, and this is one of them, so you have a 50% chance to get this mod unlocked. Now, if you need this mod, we will be streaming the entirety of League Start, and we're going to buy Cinder Swallows until I've unlocked this mod. So if you need it for this setup, just stop by the stream, say, hey, I need the mod, just message me in game, and I'll just craft it for you for free, or just whatever the cost of the craft itself happens. It's 20 to 25, and you want a max roll. You don't have to have a max roll, but you really don't want it. Anyways, let's look at the cost on Wrath here. So, our cost for Divine Blessing would be 432. So with the reduced mana cost of skills, and we roll an Enkindling Orb for increased effect, that turns the mana cost. It's free now. You just press the button. Now, because we're a Pathfinder, and we're actually we use a Bismuth Flask that uses 15 charges here. This lasts in the calcs. We can see that the duration is 16.5 seconds, right? So you don't want quality on the flask that you use for this, because you want the duration to be a little shorter. So basically all you need to do is recharge 15 flask charges between when the flask effect ends and when the duration on your Divine Blessing ends. So you have the time, but like the difference between those two times to recharge your flask charges. And you can basically maintain 100% uptime on an entire extra orb. So, as we've mentioned before, each version of the passive tree is accompanied by a corresponding skill and Jinx setup. So let's go to our 24 level 24 setup here and talk about leveling a little bit.
Right. So with this build, leveling an Orbot, obviously the pathing is a little bit extreme, you know? You're going to be rushing to all of the Aura clusters, but you want to stay a real character for as long as possible, right? So that you can kill monsters by yourself, potentially run other zones while the carry is running a different one. And if you look at the tree in front of you, you notice that we only pick up around 80 to 90% increased damage through our first 24 points. Because of that, we're going to be using Orb of Storm's Stormblast Mine to carry us, because that combination is absolutely busted. Yeah, in addition, we pick up the Elemental Overload Keystone on the way to our first Aura cluster. It's going to be the Sovereignty Wheel up there.
XP.
You can see that if you look at the level 32 tree, and you can actually use the compare function, which has been added to PoB recently, that allows you to compare two trees and see the additions or potentially respecs between the first and second tree.
Oh, really?
This is a very nice tool that makes using leveling trees feel a lot better. So let's talk about our skills a little bit. You mentioned we use Orb of Storm, Stormblast Mine in our early setup. What about the other skills we use here?
It's just going to be a combination of Frostblink and Leap Slam for the mobility. I've heard, I haven't personally tested it myself, but I've heard from a lot of sources that when you typically Flame Dash is a better mobility skill than Frostblink, right? But I've heard many times that when you're using Leap Slam, Frostblink feels better for some reason, because there's that little cast time lockout when you're using a movement skill plus Flame Dash. So for that reason, we stick with Frostblink, which we pick up at level 4. Yeah, that's going to cover it for what our own character runs, and then additionally, the first supportive thing we do is we pick up a Flame Wall. This isn't for the Orbot itself. This is going to be placed in front of the carry when it's casting, and this gives additional fire damage to the spark projectiles that pass through it.
It also makes them look really cool, and that's the more important part.
Sure does. It makes you feel good, you know.
As mentioned previously, the notes section is incredible. Seek is just the elemental god of formatting, and he's made really nice leveling sections in both this and the carry PoB. So if you're just having any questions about, where do you pick up Stormblast Mine or Pierce support, you buy it here for exactly 1 wisdom. In Act 4, when you switch to the Orbot, the Orbot setup, what gems do you need? Here's exactly what they cost,
fucking XP
and here's where you
is
get
gone.
them.
God
So
damn
between
it.
the leveling tree, the item sets, and the gear sets, there should be basically everything you ever need to know to level this Orbot here, self-contained in a guide.
Right. Yeah, I initially didn't intend for the leveling section to be so massive and comprehensive, but when I noticed that you could change the color of words, I just got carried away, and yeah, now you can find the answer to just about any question concerning leveling in there.
We can go through the other trees real quick, because we'll probably want to especially look at level 44, because that's about when you do the Great Aura swap, the Orbot swap, right?
Right, so this is going to be around Act 4, late Act 4. An important thing with this is to note that you shouldn't feel super pressured to do the Orbot swap, even if you're feeling weak as your own character. Just make sure you wait till you have the proper 4-link and the requisite amount of skill points to do the Orbot swap.
Right, at this point, the Spark Carry is so strong, basically once the Spark Carry gets the Lightning Mastery and Elemental Overload, they can just shred everything in the game, so even if you're hardly contributing anything, which, you still are, you're still running like Wrath, you're still throwing Stormblast Mines, there's no real pressure. You'll still be fine, just stick with your carry and wait until
the carry
you get the
does
drops.
more than enough damage for 2 people. But yeah, so you start out just running Wrath for yourself, right, up to like level 32. With the Orbot swap, you're going to be putting in Vitality and Discipline at first, and your 4-link, the only 4-link you need, really the only linked setup you need at all, is going to be this 4-link. This is going to be Smite, Faster Attacks, Generosity, and Wrath. We use a 4-link so that we can get Generosity on both the Smite and the Wrath, of course.
You can always just drop the faster attacks, but then you smite slower and that feels bad. Anyways, it should be pretty self-explanatory from here. Level 69, you just continue being an Orbot, right?
Yeah. You
Oh, explain the cutlass real quick. It's just accuracy rating for Smite. That's all it is, right? It's a base that gives us colors we want, and it's just accuracy rating for Smite. Yeah.
Right. It's fastest attack speed, accuracy rating. You can pick this up in late Act 4 and early Act 5 from a vendor, the weapons vendors.
The tree's pretty self-explanatory. You just grab all the aura nodes pretty much. You take Ghost Dance because it's crazy good. You know, you don't want to be doing Feared, feeling a little squishy, and then find out you didn't take the Ghost Dance for, 20 hours of gameplay.
You especially don't want to be feeling a little squishy and realize you haven't taken Ghost Dance for over 100 hours of gameplay by the time you already have hundreds of exalts in the characters.
Was it that
I
far?
can confirm.
Were
it
we
is a
that
bad
far when
feeling.
you realized you weren't running it? Oh. We
didn't realize it till like 12 hours before we quit the league. It was on the very last day.
Yeah. Anyways,
We'd killed like 50 Feareds before I ever allocated that node.
It's a very strong node. It gives you massive amounts of energy shield recovery.
Right, like with this thing, on the intermediate version, like the 500 Chaos version or whatever, you're going to be recovering like nearly 2,000 energy shield, a little bit less with the Defiance Banner nerf, sadly. But it's enough energy shield on hit, again, stacks up to 3, where you can, for example, tank a Shaper Ball and your energy shield won't even budge because the Shaper Ball does less damage than Ghost Dance recovers.
Like, especially with the max res that you get and like spell suppression, it just combines really, really nicely.
Oh yeah. And then now that we're taking a look at the 500 Chaos Investment version, we should probably go over the notable features of it. The 500 Chaos Investment version is really where most of the mechanics come online, and where you're going to be spending probably, I don't know about the majority of your time, but the most important time, right? This is where you're going to start. You really come into your own as an Orbot with all the purities, and you're going to really start pushing some juicy content.
Yes. Before we get into this, we should probably actually cover like early and late mapping, because this is going to be kind of a pain point for a lot of people, because you need currency to get your proper Orbot set up. You need to play the game to get the currency, you know. So let's make sure to cover this. It's split into two sections: early mapping and late mapping. Why don't you explain what the difference is?
Yeah. So notably, in early mapping, we run 2 unique items. And we play very lightly with we lean very lightly into the auras. We're not reserving any life. We're not trying to run purities or anything. In early mapping, again, because you'll have a very small budget when you're just getting into maps, you're going to be running Sign of the Sin Eater. That is the most important item between both of the builds. After the carry has a career reward and has a couple of their 1 chaos leveling items, you're going to want to rush this thing. There's no better feeling than having a Sign of the Sin Eater, the level 30 smite in white maps. Like, at that point, when you equip this thing, it basically gives you enough damage to do red maps. You're just running around killing everything in white maps.
Yeah, at that point, because your base damage is a little lower, this is basically 100% more damage, pretty much. Maybe not quite, but it's close. It's roughly equivalent to getting 2 extra links by investing in a Tabula on the carry.
Yep, and then we don't invest in any reservation gear, right? But the Vol Caress rework made it so that they add +5 to the level of socketed Vol gems. Of course, there are a bunch of Vol auras in the game, right? And the +5 to level of socketed Vol gems does apply to the normal component, the permanently reserved aura of those Vol skills. So for that reason, if these gloves are remotely cheap, anywhere below 10 chaos, it's going to be a pretty high priority item. You're going to want to put Vol Discipline, Vol Haste, and Vol Grace in these things.
You don't actually run haste in this version, but just being able to spam out Vol Haste for the movement speed and attack speed makes mapping feel really nice.
Yeah, Discipline and Haste are the permanent auras that you run.
And then the jewels, just the quest jewels and survival instincts. Right? And then let's go over late mapping, because this is what you work on once your carry has like a Tabula, a few 1C rares, and their basic cheap non-crit setup.
Right.
So what's the difference between late mapping and the 500C investment version?
Alright, so the main difference, looking at the auras first, is that the late mapping version does not run the 3 purities, It simply doesn't have, it would have to sacrifice too much to run those. It just doesn't have the reservation to efficiently run them. But that doesn't mean it is weak by any means. It's running pretty much every other aura you would want. It's running, I think, 2 damage auras. It's running Matua Tapuna. Is it 2 or is it? Yeah, it's 2 at this point. In Victorios, which buffs them quite a bit additionally. Yeah. This is where we throw on a bunch of, we lean a little bit into reservation, right? So we have the Alpha's Howl, the Victorios. Yeah, I guess that's about it as far as reservation goes. We also use one small cluster jewel for reservation. You don't need any rolls on it. We never use any reservation efficiency all the way up until like, 3000 Chaos version. You just want to roll a little bit of ES on there. It takes like, 10, 20 ults to get that.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. These are getting the energy shield on these cluster jewels is also really nice. Like you can see, this one node gives us 63 energy shield from having the 16 flat on it, and that's not even a T1 node. That's only T2, right? Like compared to a small node, it gives us 76. So by taking the flat energy shield, it's basically almost as good as just taking ES nodes on the tree, and you also get the reservation out of it. It's a lot more cost efficient than trying to roll effects and using fuel. You just
Yeah. So going back to the items real quick, because we are not trying to run the Purities, we don't need a Prism Guardian yet. On top of that, Prism Guardian could potentially be the most expensive item that this build has to buy for the 500C version. I think upper end, it might be around 200 Chaos. I think it'll likely be a good bit lower than that. But regardless, you don't want to put that in the late mapping version, right? Not quite in the budget.
You want
so
an
instead we
intermediate
just run
version,
the,
right?
yeah. We just run the Matua Tapuna. We feel bad that it's not the old faded version of the shield, but it gives us just as much aura effect as it used to.
That's true. Your energy shield number is lower, but that's just the main consequence of the nerfs this league.
And then, real quick, to fill out our ES pool, we run some dirt cheap Syntrek boots and Beta Breath. Syntrek is, well, Beta Breath is the truly dirt cheap one of these two. It's a, of course, a 1-alc unique. Syntrek are just the classic Orabot boots. They have a massive amount of evasion and energy shield. And given that we take the energy shield evasion mastery on the tree, +1 to ES per 8 evasion on boots, that turns into about 80 or 90 additional flat energy shield just from the Syntreks. So with that, you're paying, 5 to 10 Chaos for boots that give you 270, 280 energy shield with 30 movement speed. You really can't beat them as far as cost goes.
And for the amulet, we don't have Championing the Cause mounted, right? Because that's too expensive to get early.
Right, that would be like, be about as expensive as the rest of this build put together. But we do run a Jinx Juju still. This is going to be one of the last items you buy because it just gives aura effect. I'd recommend saving up for a 10% aura effect roll. It rolls from 6 to 10. It's by no means a crucial item, so you're going to be fine, waiting to get a little bit more currency to get a 10. And that saves you from having to buy another one of these later. For the Anoint on that, we allocate Arcane Potency. It's a relatively cheap Anoint that gives a very, it's 20% increased maximum energy shield. That's huge. This is overall the most cost-effective Anoint that we can have on this version.
Yep, only Verdant Crimson Oil is very cheap to get.
Yep. And then for the rest of the jewelry, it's just some rare rings. We just use these to fill out our, not even really focus on filling out our ES pool at this point. We just throw these on to get, fix our strength and then get a little bit of chaos res.
Let's talk about the Ellie Flask a little bit too. Right,
Right,
because we're not
so-
running purities, we still have to cap our resistances.
Exactly. And without purities, it's pretty hard to do given that we are running, we're running 2 rare items on the entire build, right? We have to run all these uniques without any res on them. And because of that, we run triple elemental flasks, coruscating elixir being the fire res flask, right? So these things with your Pathfinder and all your other flasks sustain are going to have like 85% uptime or something. That is with increased effect on it, no less. If you roll duration or even probably just no prefix, you have true 100% uptime, but 85% is totally fine.
And if
We
this-
run these
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
to, yeah. they basically act as purities in two ways. Obviously, they give you a huge amount of Ellie res, and then they also give you less cold damage taken and less of each of the elemental damages taken. Now,
And-
while the carry doesn't get to enjoy those benefits, for the purposes of the Orobot, these are basically mini purities.
And it also, because we put so much of this early investment in the Orobot, like the carries running around with Tabula and floor rares, you know, making the Orobot tankier lets the Orobot very comfortably use Soul Link, which, you know, is why we invest so heavily in the Orobot. It's just so much more efficient. If this seems a little uneasy, if this makes you a little uneasy, like running the reduced duration, not only can you just drop that and have true 100% uptime, you can also just pick up an elemental resistor and flask effect suffix to get, you know, the extra to make sure you easily cap your elements here.
Yeah.
So now let's transition into our first true Orobot setup, the 500 Chaos investment version. What are the main differences between this and the late mapping version?
All right, this is where we first, you know, transform into what I would say a true classic Orobot, running all of the defensive auras, some offensive auras, and most importantly now the triple purities to give us huge amounts of maximum Ellie res. Obviously, to allow this, to allow us to fit in so much more reservation, we're going to be using the Prism Guardian now. This, instead of having to use Arrogance support, which allows you to reserve auras on your life, which typically has a 200% reservation multiplier, we simply use Prism Guardian, which not only allows you to reserve them on your life with no reservation multiplier, it also comes with Socketing Gems have 30% increased reservation efficiency. With only the life reservation efficiency mastery on the tree, which is getting nerfed next patch, we've accounted for that in the config, which we should probably mention real quick. Given that we were testing all of this in PUB after the patch notes, but before PUB was updated, we've included a couple config modifiers that should entirely account for the nerfs that occurred in 3.19.
Yeah, as soon as PUB updates, you know, you can always check this to make sure they're not here, but if once PUB updates, we'll re-upload the, you know, recopy the PUBs to remove these now that it's taken account with PUB itself.
Oh, right. So, point being, without any additional investment in life reservation efficiency, we can stick a 50% and two 35% auras in the Prism Guardian, and just, you know, have even a little bit of life left over there. Notably, Prism Guardian also comes with a +2 to Socketing Gems in it, and when you get a purity to level 23, so here that's going to come from a level 21 gem and +2 from the Prism Guardian. It hits a breakpoint where it grants an additional max res that gets multiplied by your aura effect. So putting these in the 500C investment version, getting a level 21 gem in your Prism Guardian is going to get you two additional maximum Ellie res of that element.
And we can only afford to have 2 of our purities in this for the max res. One of them really should be fire. Like, the gems are very thought out. Like, Seek put so much thought into just even like which items like have certain socket colors to make it easy to get those, you know, skill gems as possible, because so much of the Orobot build is unique items, and the rares, you know, like, you really want specific base types for that. So just pay attention to like where these things are socketed, because it's make it much easier for you to set up this version on your own.
Right, and also make sure to pay attention to the links themselves. Again, with generosity, with, you know, life reservation, all of that incorporated in the build, you got to be very careful not to accidentally link something to something it shouldn't be linked to, or accidentally socket something in the wrong item.
Oh, before we go on, let's talk about the flask enchant, because this is something a lot of people could get wrong really easily. You absolutely have to have the reuse at the end of this flask effect enchant from, it's instilling orbs, right? Before using coruscating elixir, because otherwise you're just going to have to manually press it. That is miserable. Just get this enchant, and then you press it once at the start of every zone and don't have to worry about it again.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, talking about which purities go, Purity of Fire especially, you can prioritize this because it makes your carry take less damage from Righteous Fire, so getting the extra couple max stress is just really nice.
Yeah. I guess one thing to mention with this is that even though we've included a bunch more gems now, we still have all of these sockets to fit in Stormblast Mine, Smite, Flame Dash, Soul Link, and in addition we pick up a Moonstone Ring to use a Rejuvenation Totem. After this thing got buffed by the patch notes, it's more powerful than Vitality by a good bit now. So you're gonna, you know, if you're in a Feared, if you're in an Uber Elder, if you're in a Cortex especially, or a Simulacrum, this thing provides huge value. You just slap it down, notably the quality on it, the default quality. Now in this build we actually haven't qualityed any of our gems except the Rejuvenation Totem, and that's because it gives such a huge difference in the aura effect, or the area of effect of your aura. You can slap it down on the other side of the boss arena and it will be giving you life regen while you're on the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, once you're at high investment levels, you know, you'll want the extra effect. So this is nerfed at 20% increased effect in the patch, but it's still good. But you know, early on, the area of effect is just really, really nice quality of life. We put this in an unset ring, not a Moonstone Ring. You know, it's just to be clear, you know, yeah, you need an unset ring to fit the extra gem
in. I mean, I guess I should have gone over the rares, right?
Yes. Yeah, let's go over the... You can just start, like, I'll just cut the sounds out.
And to go over the rares now real quick, they're all pretty similar in the idea. Because we take the mastery on the tree by the instinct wheel, we have a spell suppression mastery for chance to suppress spell damage if your helmet, gloves, and boots have evasion on them. Because of that, we're going to be crafting, instead of on a pure ES base, we're going to be using evasion energy shield for all these. So the helmet is just going to be a Essence of Woe crafted evasion ES helmet. We use the lowest tier of Essence of Woe just to get a little bit of mana reservation. You spam that till you get your spell suppress and craft the increased evasion energy shield on it, which is a pretty powerful crafted modifier.
Yeah, no, the hybrid craft prefix is really nice.
Right. Gloves, exactly the same thing here. Instead of, because we can't get, you know, reservation efficiency with the loathing on the gloves, I'm going to be spamming an Essence of Woe for the energy shield prefix. Aside from that, it's exactly the same idea. Now on the rings, we run 2 rings. They're pretty much just here to fix our Chaos Res, because we can't really get Chaos Res anywhere else. Now Chaos damage isn't, you know, any more dangerous to us than a normal character. But we still want to cap them, and using Amethyst rings is a great way to do that.
Yeah, you can just buy a white Amethyst ring, put 4 quality, like resistance modifiers on it, and then use either essences, like Essences of Woe until you hit Chaos Res, or you can roll with fossils with the Chaos, I think, Aberrant. And
yeah, that's
dense
right.
fossils, you know, to hit something like this too. You can also just buy an item like this off of trade, and you know, there's a lot of availability for rings on trade. You know, you don't have to have perfectly capped Chaos Res. So you know, there's a lot of options here. Same thing for the unset ring. I think you used you want strength and energy shield with an open suffix. You should be able to buy this off trade really easily. You know, you should be able to get much better than this actually. This is
we try to make these items as ethical as possible.
You do have to invest in the belt a little bit because crystal belts are insane. So you just buy a crystal belt, quality it, then you use I think Spite is the intelligence essence.
Yep, Spite essence to get your intelligence suffix. You spam it till you get a decent tier of energy shield, which also gets, you know, benefits from the defense catalyst, and then you're going to craft good old elemental and chaos res, which is what we craft on all of our jewelry in pretty much every investment.
Yeah, chaos res is so nice. Like, we get so much defense from like fizz hits with like armor, so you know, we like being tanky, so we always get chaos res. And that's about it. Veteran defender, I will put we'll put a search in the better trading folder, so you can just search for this. I don't remember how we decided to craft this. It was really easy though, very, very cheap to make. Alternatively, if you don't want veteran defender or you can't get it, you can just use a, where is it?
Yes, no notables.
Yes, no notables large. That just gives you flat energy shield, and that'll be about as good. You know, now that we have,
it's even better on the energy shield front actually, but you know, it doesn't come with 15 all attributes and
yeah, you get a little more energy shield, you use a
res.
little bit of strength and dex, you know.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Let's talk about the higher investment level now, and that should be about it for our different versions of the Orobot here. So what are the main differences between the 500 Chaos and the 3000 Chaos version?
So with the 3000 Chaos version, the main difference is going to be you're going to be running an additional, is it 1 or 2 additional damage auras?
I
think it's 1 additional
I think
damage
it's 1
aura
additional
in
damage
your
aura,
body
yeah.
armor, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Wrath Zealotry,
Wrath
Hatred.
Zealotry first links up there.
Hatred plus hatred, haste on Divine Blessing still.
Yeah. Right, so you get an additional 50% damage aura, and notably you get a huge amount of aura effect. The 500 Chaos investment version had around, I think it has exactly 200% aura effect. This version is going to have over 240% aura effect, or perhaps exactly 240% aura effect, which means your purities, level 23 purities, are going to be giving you and your carry 87% maximum Ellie res, which is a huge boost to survivability compared to the 83% that we had before.
We get that aura effect by using a Militant Faith Timeless Jewel. Now you need the mod for 1% increased effective non-curse auras per 10 devotion, and the defenses from equipped shield used to be really good. But now that our shield is kind of ass, we get a lot less from getting that second affix, so really just get the increased effective auras, and that will be in the trade folder as well, of course, so along with everything else. So we take a lot of nodes in this area and use an Unnatural Instinct, since, you know, all of these nodes get devotion on them, and Unnatural Instinct gives us 80 devotion, right, because it gives us the bonuses of all these skills, so that's basically just 8% aura effect.
Yeah, notably those skills are also nice to have. It gives you a bunch of movement speed and skill effect duration for your Divine Blessing and your Divine Blessing and your Smite.
Yeah, a little bit off the node here.
Yeah, the rest of the passive tree is actually quite similar. I believe in this version we ended up running 25% increased effect notables there with 8 intelligence. That is a pretty easy combination to get, especially with this budget, as the 8 int is, you know, a suffix. So by just doing Alt-Aug Regal, you can pretty easily roll into that combination.
We drop mines at this point as well, because at this version with our carry, you have enough damage that just, you know, we're earning our right to drop buttons, to not have as many.
Great way to put it. Yeah. We also simply run out of sockets here, so
it's true.
It feels
more auras.
quite good to replace a two sockets, which is mines. It's also a button with cast time and 4 passive points with a permanent juiced 50% aura.
It's true. It's true. There's so many ways you can actually improve before we go into the rest of it. Like getting an extra Enlighten level or something. You know, getting ES smalls would be, you know, obviously a lot better than effect. There's, like with the higher investment carry POB, there are so many ways you can put more into this character. But we're just covering like the point where it's most cost efficient to do all the things we've done, and you can just pretty much do the entire game with no issues whatsoever at this investment level. So more investment is just for like the fun of it, or getting your numbers bigger, you know, the true end game of Path of Exile. Let's go over our helmet first. We pick up a synthesized aura effect implicit helmet.
Yeah. This is going to be this is a pretty crazy modifier. You remember all the work and expense we had to go through to get the aura effect off the Timeless Jewel in the center, and simply with an implicit we get almost as much from the helmet.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. You know, similar to the last one, we're gonna be crafting this thing with Reservation. The Loathing Essence for Reservation. You spam it so you get like a little bit of Energy Shield, some Intelligence, or Spell Suppress. You don't actually need Spell Suppress, which is quite nice not to have to worry about that, and then you craft your Energy Shield.
You know, we're not quite Spell Suppress capped, but on the actual buffed tree, we will be, you know, because we take more of the Spell Suppress nodes in this version.
Right, this is actually, should be effectively 100% Spell Suppress capped.
We also get +2 AoE Murder Mitts, and the way we craft these is by rolling Veiled Chaos Orbs. The +2 socketed AoE gems is a Veiled prefix, and so, you know, we just spam these until we get socketed AoE gems, and then you can Eldritch craft them, or just do it a few times until you get other good affixes. You craft Evasion and Energy Shield, and then you make sure to have Spell Suppress on your Implicit. These are very ethical. You can get much better gloves than these, and there's many other ways to get +2 socketed AoE gems. You know, you can use a Corrupted Implicit. You know, there's so many different versions of ways to get +2 AoE. This is just a very cheap, very reliable, consistent way that doesn't rely on the finicky pricing of corrupted items to get your +2 for the like your other purities and auras.
And just as Halo touched on real quick, you can get +2 corruption on your Sin Trek. It's probably the easiest way. On top of this, you could get +2 crafted on the helmet in the same way. Well, no.
No, you need the mana.
We're gonna have to cut that out. You can definitely not do that.
What can you do? Victarios, you can get like +2 there. I mean, you do want to max roll, so that'll be a little harder. It probably won't exist, but somebody will get one, you know.
Not us, but somebody will get one and link it to us.
Let's talk about this ring. This is really cool. We're expecting to be able to get this on like early carry versions, even better versions, because these should be pretty cheap. Basically, just get ES and Intelligence on a ring, and there you go. You're the Kalandra League mechanic lets you like double or triple the values of modifiers. So you get like you roll a ring with Intelligence and Energy Shield, and then you like annul until you have a third affix that you don't really care about, and then you just throw this at the Cranglinator, and you know, you should be able to get this pretty easily, or just snipe something like it off trade, you know. And this is actually on the low end of what I think is possible, so you know, watch for these.
Yeah, you can get some pretty crazy rings with the new League mechanic.
A belt?
Yep, belt. We're just using an upgrade to the old version. It's a Crusader ES belt. You can just craft this. I mean, it's got 2 mods on it. They're both ES. You craft it using Dense Fossils. It's about, I think, 70 Dense Fossils to hit both increased ES and a very high tier Max ES. And then you can craft, on Suffix you have a couple options. You can actually craft, you know, good old Elemental and Chaos. You can craft Strength and Int if you happen to need the Strength. There's also an interesting mod you can craft if you want to sit in Shaper Beams. You can craft you can craft Regenerate, I think 120 Energy Shield, while a rare unique enemy is nearby.
Let me yes.
150, rather.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Right.
Alright, what do we got left? I guess it's mostly on to the frequently asked questions, because we're pretty much done with everything.
I think we just about covered it all.
Alright, so let's start with the first question. Can you play this Orabot with X carry building?
And to answer that, yes. Yes, you can. This Orabot is incredibly powerful. Mainly, almost all of the auras you run are defensive, which are, you know, going to be universally desired by any carry build, right? And yeah, you can play it with an attack build, you can play it with a spell build, you can play it with a Fizz conversion build. The main thing that you're going to be changing to adapt between your builds is you're going to want to adapt your the few offensive auras you run to your carry. For instance, for an attack build, you know, you might prioritize Wrath and Anger. Fizz conversion build, you're going to want to prioritize getting Hatred early on for the double dipping. Remember that you can always, to figure out which auras you want to run for your carry, you can always go into the carry's POB and just, you know, test out some auras there. And even though we have a lot more aura effect, pretty much the auras that are good at low aura effect in the carry POB are going to be the same ones you're going to want to run on the Orabot to benefit that carry.
Now, we do recommend you play our Spark Inquisitor Duo setup because it is incredibly optimized and a really cool build. and it's been sort of built from the ground up to be played with this character. But yeah, like Seek said, you can kind of do it with anything. It just won't be quite as ludicrously powerful.
As utterly broken, yeah.
What about Animate Guardian?
Well, Animate Guardian is actually an excellent way to delete multiple exalts, or I suppose I should say divine orbs now, of currency. Unfortunately, especially given the content that you're going to be doing on this build, Animate Guardian when you're not, when you're not a minion build, or otherwise something like if you don't have something like a Giga Mana Guardian in your party to keep it alive, this thing is not going to survive even remotely juicy content. To tell a sad tale, last league we thought we wanted to run this. We dumped about 3 exalts into it, gave it a Kingmaker.
It was closer to 5 or 6, I think.
Is it really?
Yeah,
it was
at
right.
least
The
5.
helmet was really expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, so we had.
We had the. Yeah.
Oh, I was just keeping going on because it's a fun story. Yeah, we were using the quote immortal Animate Guardian setup with like Mask of the Stitch Demon. We were using Garb of the Ephemeral. We had Kingmaker. We had like all the other items that people recommend to have like an immortal Animate Guardian, and we spec'd the Grave Intentions node as well as the Mastery to give him like extra elemental resist, I think it was. And
that
it was
entire
on the
wheel, which
Orbot.
gives them life on the Orbot. And keep in mind, right? We did all of that, and then we're an Orbot, giving it huge amounts of armor. The vitality buff, giving it just instantly overcapping its Ellie resists. And after all that effort and all that expense, we walked into an Uber Cortex, and it died within it died to blue mobs.
It was so bad. But now we know. Maybe there's some
now
way
we
to.
know, and we're telling you so that you don't have to share the same fate.
We've learned many of these
Make
lessons
your
the hard way.
Guardian go through that. Just don't run one.
It's also a gym socket and passive 3 points, and we don't like giving up any of those things,
Yeah.
All right, what about flask uptime? Is Droughtbringer a concern with running Coruscating Elixir?
Not remotely. So the way Droughtbringer works is the Arch-Nemesis rare modifier, Droughtbringer. When the rare monster walks near you, it has an aura, pretty small range on it. This aura both prevents you from gaining any flask charges in its effect, and it also gradually drains your flask charges away down to 0. The key word here is gradually.
Terrible.
That was terrible. Next to this thing, if you were standing still and not killing it, which it will be killed instantly, probably from off screen, it still takes around 15 seconds for this thing to drain your Coruscating Elixir down to 0. And the reason I know that number is because we tested it specifically in a map. If we didn't do that, I would have no idea what this thing does, because after over 100 hours of playing last league with the Covenant Orabot, with the Arch-Nemesis monsters everywhere, not only did I never die from it, I didn't even notice the Droughtbringer aura at any point in the league.
Yeah, pretty much a non-factor. I'd be surprised if you die once to it ever in an entire league,
Yeah.
And how do you get to 90% max Ellie res?
Well, that's the secret. You don't. So on this version of the build, even on the 20 or the 3000 Chaos Investment version, it's quite easy. Not quite easy, but we can manageably get to 87% all res. Now getting an additional 20% aura effect from this point is very, very hard, and it's pretty much going to require an entire character rebuild, with you swapping over to an elevated Redeemer chest with elevated increased aura effect of your skills. You're going to need to change, you're going to need to get more lightens, you're going to need to change up your cluster jewel setup, and overall, it's a lot of hassle, and most importantly, it's a lot of currency, even on 20 exalts. You could probably get that done on 20 exalts, but it's going to leave you wanting in terms of spell suppress, in terms of running more offensive auras, in terms of your energy shield pool. So yeah, with this version of the build, we simply get 87% all res, and then we stick with it. The carry has a few options to run. Both the carry and the Orabot have a couple options, though, to get from 87% max res to 90% max res. you can use an impossible escape around imbalanced guard to allocate Soul of Steel and Prismatic Skin. This is going to cost you a gem socket and 2 passive points. The carry also can get 5% double damage for another passive point if they use that. There's also, I mean, there are a lot of options. There's like Eldritch Implicits. There is a, the carry can run a
Brass Dome or Sublime Vision. There's so many options for the carry. Short answer is it's just not cost effective. And for later investment, we're going to do it by running Aegis Aurora and Melding, probably with Mage Bloods too. And that's going to be our Giga investment version. So yeah, there's lots of options, but it's just none of them are particularly cost efficient. You're pretty immortal on this setup already.
And that's about it. We've covered pretty much everything.
If you'd like to join our Discord server, there will be a link in the description below. It's a very good place to ask questions, very helpful, friendly community growing there. And if you're looking for somebody to play with, there is a looking for group channel that explains how you can find other people to play with for a duo start. We will also be streaming all through Lake of Kalandra's League start, so if you want to check us out, there's a link in the description below. And if you want to give us some money, there's a link for that too. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have an excellent Lake of Kalandra League start. And yeah, catch you later.
Hello everybody, welcome to my YouTube video about Path of Exile third-party tools. This game is incredible. I have played for over 13,000 hours now, and I keep learning new things, and I keep finding new and new useful third-party tools that enhance my gameplay in various ways. So I've
Hi, I'm Swatch. The next PoE 2 League is coming at the end of May, and with it, potentially some pretty sweeping balance changes. One of the hottest topics in PoE 2 right now is spell levels. Because spell levels scale a spell's base damage, most caster builds chase as many of them as possible, and a lot of caster gear lives or dies by whether it has the right level mods. So I wanted to ask, what happens if you build a caster that doesn't care about spell levels at all? How does that change gearing? How would you scale the damage? And how cheap does gear become when you can ignore one of the most expensive caster affixes in the entire game? There aren't many ways to deal spell damage in PoE 2 without scaling from skill levels, but one of them, the one you see here, is Mana Flare. You might know Mana Flare from the Oracle Temporalis Auto Bomber, where it acts as a ZDPS trigger for Choir the Storm's Lightning Bolt, which does all the damage. But I wanted to build around Mana Flare itself and see how far I could push it as a mana stacker. And as you can probably see here, the result turned out to be far better than I expected. It's not as strong as Top Spark or Comet Spam setups in raw clear speed or DPS, but it's cheap to get into, it scales very hard with investment, is extremely tanky, it maps smoothly, and it has respectable bossing damage with room to grow, especially once a couple bugs are fixed next patch. In content like Ritual and Simulacrum, where monsters spawn in around you, it starts to feel like a proper auto bomber even without Temporalis, as you can see here in this Twisted Domain. And if you do add Temporalis, well, the clear becomes pretty nuts, approaching the feel of the Choir Auto Bomber without relying on the self-proc loop that might not survive the next major patch. This video will include path and building links, but not a full written guide just yet. This build occupies very strange mechanical space, and after Incendigon got nuked from orbit right after I wrote the Icy Gate Veins guide for it, I'm a little bit cautious about doing that again before patch notes. So for now, I just want to show the build, explain why it works, and put this very unusual no spell level caster archetype out there and see what people think of it. To start, let's take a look at Mana Flare's basics. It's a spell-tagged support gem that can support any skill that hits enemies. When that skill crits, it procs Mana Flare, consuming 25% of your current mana to deal that much fire damage in a 2 meter radius around the target. Mana Flare has a 1 second base cooldown and a base crit chance of 7%, which is pretty typical for a fire spell. Two things immediately stand out. First, 2 meters is very small. Second, a 1 second cooldown means clear can feel pretty sluggish if you're just waiting around for procs. So for mapping, we're going to want a lot of increased area of effect and a lot of cooldown recovery rate. Now let's talk damage. To get the highest base damage possible for Mana Flare, we need to scale our mana as high as possible. And because Mana Flare uses current mana rather than maximum mana, we can exploit mana overflow, pushing the theoretical damage ceiling 50% higher. It's quite feasible to hit around 10k or above max mana by stacking mana in ES, then running Eldritch Battery to convert all ES to flat mana. We can then overflow that to 15k current mana. If Mana Flare then consumes 25% of that, it gives us a base hit of 3750. For context, that's around the same as a level 36 Doom Blast from Impending Doom, which is not bad at all. But it's nowhere near the base damage of something like a fire-infused level 40 Comet, which is around 45k. So if we want the setup to work, we need some very powerful damage scaling. Thankfully, mana stacking gives us exactly that in several very powerful ways. The most obvious is Archmage, a spirit gem that gives spells 4% of damage as extra lightning per 100 max mana. On a 10k mana setup, that's 400% as extra lightning, or effectively a 5 times damage multiplier. It also means most of the hit is lightning, giving us easy access to shock. Mana Flare benefits from the upside because it's a spell tag trigger, but it consumes a fixed percentage of current mana and isn't a cast, so it doesn't really care about Archmage's added mana cost. The other huge mana stacking scaler is Wrathpith Glow. Wrathpith itself is an old life stacking staple, but this league added Cultivation Orbs, which can replace some unique modifiers on Val-themed gear with cultivated versions. This means that we can take Wrathpith's normal life scaling damage and crit modifiers and make them scale from max mana instead. Mana Wrathpith gives us 6% increased damage and 3% increased crit chance per 100 maximum mana. Combined with Arcane Intensity on the tree, we get 9% increased damage per 100 max mana. On a 10k mana setup, that's 900% increased damage, or a 10 times multiplier before other increased damage. And 300% crit chance makes both triggering Mana Flare and scaling its damage much easier. So to recap, every 100 max mana gives us 37.5 base damage, assuming 50% overflow, 9% increased damage, 3% increased crit chance, and 4% damage gain as extra lightning. That's 4 separate damage axes scaling from the same stat, so the returns from adding more mana get very silly very quickly. Here's a graph of relative mana scaling, assuming 500% crit multi, which is around where my current bossing setup sits. If you swap into the build at around 4k mana like I did, which is where the graph is normalized to, then scaling to just 6k max mana is already roughly a 3.15 times damage increase from mana scaling alone. By the time you hit 10k mana, you're dealing almost 15 times the damage you did at 4k. In absolutely god tier gear with 12k mana, you'd be about 28 times as powerful. This made gearing feel a lot like a stronger stacking archetype from PoE 1, where every upgrade to your core stat felt immediately very impactful, and really that was one of the most enjoyable parts of putting this build together. Now let's talk about our choice of Ascendancy. Mana Flare creates 3 big problems for the build. We need reliable crits to trigger it and scale its damage, we need enough sustain to keep current mana high, and we need a bossing plan for fights where any mapping sustain options will fall off. Bloodmage solves the crit problem almost single-handedly with Sunder the Flesh, which gives all of our spells 15% base crit chance. Mana Flare normally has 7%, so this more than doubles its base crit, and it also means our delivery spells do not need naturally high crit to work well. If a spell has a good hit pattern, Bloodmage can make it a Mana Flare trigger. Bloodmage also gives us a very strong sustain package. Some spell costs are shifted from mana to life, reducing pressure on the mana pool, while Life Remnants gives a huge life sustain and life overflow. Those remnants also become mana sustain through Arcane Remnants, which gives 3% of maximum mana whenever we pick up any remnant. Combined with Mana Remnants, Mana on Kill, and some regen investment, mapping sustain feels extremely strong. Bossing is where that sustain strategy needs some help. In long single target fights, kills and remnants are much less reliable or outright unavailable, so repeated Mana Flare procs would drain our current mana and tank our damage on a hit-based build. That's where Blood Barbs comes in. It lets all of our elemental damage contribute to bleed magnitude, which is normally restricted to physical damage. Since this build deals entirely elemental damage, that's perfect. It also makes bleeding aggravated on cursed targets, and because we run Blasphemy, bosses are cursed whenever we're in range. So we can apply one big Mana Flare hit at full overflow, turn it into a large aggravated bleed, then spend the bleed duration regenerating mana back into overflow before applying the next one. For the last 4 Ascendancy points, there are 2 main options. The defensive route is Crimson Power, which gives maximum life based on the energy shield on your equip chest. With a good ES chest, especially something like a Series Splendor, this can be well over 1k extra life, which then overflows while mapping and makes the damage taken from mana before life setup much easier to balance, because your life can take more pressure. The alternate offensive route is Gore Spike for crit damage, plus Whispers of the Flesh to reserve 15% of cursed enemies' maximum life, effectively reducing how much damage you need to deal to bosses and tanky rares. If you have a good ES chest, I strongly prefer Crimson Power. On my setup, it helps reach around 5k overflowed life and 15k overflowed mana while mapping, giving the build an absurdly large max hit pool for a non-energy shield character. Before getting into our actual skill setup, there is one fun advantage to building around a support gem. Since patch point 3, you can only use one copy of a given skill gem on a character. Mana Flare gets around that because it's a support gem, letting us run two entirely different Mana Flare setups, one for mapping and one for bossing. For mapping, we want coverage, repeated hits, AoE, and cooldown recovery. The skill zone damage doesn't matter at all, just that it hits frequently over a wide area. For bossing, we want one clean Mana Flare hit that applies a huge bleed while we wait for mana regeneration. And in both cases, we can keep the delivery skills low level because its damage is irrelevant, keeping mana costs low even with an Archmage and Eldritch Battery setup. For mapping, one skill felt absolutely incredible and turns the build into a situational auto-bomber, and that's Entangle. Entangle is a physical AoE spell that creates fissures which crawl forward along the ground, damaging enemies in their path. But more importantly, while these fissures persist, they attach vines to nearby enemies every 0.1 seconds, dealing hit damage and slowing enemies. For most builds, the damage on Entangle itself is not especially exciting, but for us that doesn't matter, because it creates a big, persistent field that will repeatedly hit enemies within it. So instead of casting a spell that directly kills the screen, we cast Entangle once, the fissures crawl forward, and vines repeatedly lash out at enemies, upon which Mana Flare detonates through the pack on its cooldown. With enough AoE and cooldown recovery, this starts to feel like an auto-bomber. You cast once per screen, or sometimes once every couple of screens, and the skill does all the targeting for you. This is especially strong in content where monsters spawn into an area you can prepare ahead of time. Ritual is the obvious example. You can lay down fissures before starting the encounter, and as monsters spawn in, they immediately get hit by vines and start proccing Mana Flare. Essence mobs work similarly. You can preload Entangle under them, release the mob, and it gets hit and killed almost instantly. The mapping links are Mana Flare, obviously, Branching Fissures 2, Magnified Area 2, Cooldown Recovery 2, and Pinpoint Critical. Branching Fissures 2 lets each fissure branch twice, massively increasing Entangle's coverage. The important part here is that its damage penalty only applies to the branched fissures themselves. Unlike something like Spell Cascade, it doesn't apply a global less damage penalty to the triggered Mana Flare, so we get a huge increase to coverage without gutting our damage. Magnified Area 2 and Cooldown Recovery 2 are both there to solve Mana Flare's baseline limitations, 2 meter radius and 1 second cooldown. On my current setup, Mana Flare's cooldown is down to 0.4 seconds, giving 2.5 times the baseline proc frequency with a 3 meter radius or 2.2 times the area coverage. Finally, Pinpoint Critical gives a large boost to crit chance at the cost of crit multi. For mapping, that's completely fine because damage requirements are lower and it lets us spend passive points on mana sustain, cooldown recovery and AoE instead of more crit chance. If you want to just damage against targets with high elemental resistances, Rakiata's Flow is a solid swap over cooldown recovery too. You can also supplement Curate Clear with Detonate Dead, which is another skill that scales well without excessive spell levels. The Corpse life-based physical explosion is supplemented by Archmage, and with our AoE scaling it can one-shot a huge portion of the screen. I support it with Magnified Area, Mobility, Rapid Casting, Zenith 2 and Efficiency 2 to keep it fast and cheap to cast. For bossing, the setup changes quite a bit. Instead of triggering Mana Flare as often as possible, we want one big hit where our mana is overflown, then downtime to regenerate while the bleed deals damage. That's where Frost Darts really shines. It's a short cast time, fast projectile spell that fires 3 projectiles which all land before Mana Flare comes off cooldown from the first hit. So one cast gives us one high value Mana Flare proc to roll our bleed without draining our mana multiple times. The result is a clean bossing playstyle with no long casts or channels. You fire Frost Darts off quickly, apply the bleed, then you're free to move, kite, dodge mechanics, whatever you like. The bossing links are Concentrated Area, Bleed, Concoct 2, and Overcharge. Concentrated Area is the obvious single target choice. We don't need any coverage here, so we're happy to trade Area of Effect for a huge more damage modifier. Bleed 3 gives the setup 100% chance to inflict bleeding, without which scaling bleed chance is difficult. Concoct 2 is an absurdly strong bleed support, consuming 30% of your life flask's maximum charges to give 3% more bleed magnitude per charge removed. A top rolled life flask has 127 charges, leading to 38 charges consumed per proc, and a huge 114% more bleed magnitude. With good gear, no boss survives more than 3 bleeds. This lets you amplify before your flask runs dry. Ideally, the final support slot here would be Deep Cuts 2, which works out overall at 40% more bleed DPS. The problem is that, at least at the time of making this video, Deep Cuts is bugged with spells. It applies the less hit damage penalty, but not the more bleed magnitude. GGG are aware of this bug, and I expect it to be fixed with 0.5. So for now, I use Overcharge instead. It's only a modest shock magnitude boost, but a shock protection charm negates the reflected shock downside. Deep Cuts 2 over Overcharge would give us about 35% more damage than this setup, but the bossing damage is still pretty respectable. It isn't close to what my old Ignite Infernalist could do with Comet, but the trade-off is that Frost Darts is safe, fast, and doesn't lock us into a hard cast. This is still one part of the build I'm developing, but I'm pretty happy with where the bossing is and how much more room it has to scale. Now that we've covered the active skill setups, let's talk about the Spirit Gems, because this is another place where not needing spell levels really changes the build for the better. Most casters really don't want to mainhand a Scepter, because Scepters give no useful spell levels outside minions, no increased spell damage, and no damage as extra elements. For us, that doesn't really matter. We don't scale spell levels, Archmage already gives us a huge amount of damage as extra lightning, and Mana Wrathpith handles increased damage. So the Scepter is a clean way to solve Spirit while also giving flat mana, mana regen, Discipline converted into mana, and potentially Aura Magnitude as well. For the Scepter implicit aura, Discipline is the obvious choice, giving around 300 to our total mana, meaning it's not affected by percent mana modifiers, but it is affected by any aura magnitude the character has. Archmage is mandatory, as covered earlier. After that, we run Mana Remnants, which pairs very well with Blood Mage's baseline Life Remnants. Mana Remnants helps directly, Life Remnants keeps her life overflowing, and Arcane Remnants turns every remnant pickup into 3% max mana recovered. As Blood Mage regenerates so many Life Remnants while mapping, Catal's Rejuvenation is also a very reliable way to keep his cooldown recovery buff fully stacked at all times. We also run Blasphemy with Temporal Chains and Enfeeble. This is a strong defensive layer while mapping, and it also keeps bosses cursed for Blood Barbs, making bleed aggravation automated and reliable. For mobility, we run Blink. The build already stacks a lot of cooldown recovery, so Blink is the natural choice here. My Blink cooldown is around 1.1 seconds in this setup, which makes movement feel much cleaner on a build that otherwise struggles to scale its movement speed. At the time of recording, Adzeres Impatience doesn't apply its life or mana cost penalty to Blink, making it the obvious support here, though I wouldn't be shocked if that changes. Any leftover spirit can go into generic spirit support gems like Clarity 1 or 2.
Cannot listen to that. Not 14.
Hail God Slayer.
Let's deal. Here for a deal. Don't drink the water.
Hail God Slayer.
Let's deal.
Hail God Slayer.
Glad to see you.
for a deal.
Decisions must...
Yes, we've got a promising list of picks. Let me just grab the next few applications. I'll give them the tour. Promising pick. Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work.
The choice is made. Done. Sonya will make good use of them. Sonya will make good use of them. The choice is made. A wise assignment. A wise assignment.
Yes. Who would you like to hire? I've got plenty more eager to sign up. Our team continues to grow. I'll handle their induction right away. Here's the next set. Let me just grab the next few applications. Let me just grab the next few applications. Our team continues to grow. Promising pick. Here's the next set. They can start immediately, and I'll get everything filled out later. I'll give them the tour. Here's the next set.
Decisions must be made. Done. A wise assignment. The choice is made. A wise assignment.
It's all about marketing.
A good apprentice for Danik. A good apprentice for Danik. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safe. The choice is made. The shipping lanes will be somewhat done. The choice is made. Decisions must be...
Hail! It's a cornucopia of talent. Glad to see you.
Stationary grand prize winners get all the fame, but the losers can't be that bad, right?
Alrighty, what's going on, guys? Belton here. Just going to do a hopefully pretty quick video today. One of the things you guys have been commenting on recently in the videos is, you know, a lot of people ask, well, what if I don't have a lot of starting currency? Can I do the strategy you're showing here? This is actually something that is kind of ubiquitous throughout any video I made. Even when I make videos with, all right, well, starting off with a divine, there's usually a few comments like, well, what if we only have 50 chaos? So, you know, for those types of people, although I think this league is probably not as big of an issue from what I understand, many of you are doing quite a bit better than normal, whether that's through trade or whether that is through mapping and MF. This is a video where I'm going to show 5 different strategies where you can more or less basically double your money or make multiple divines an hour with almost next to no starting currency. So getting started here, the first one we're going to be doing here, what you're going to want to do, guys, is grab a Cinder Swallow Urn. This is the flask that drops from Katarina. Okay, the Katarina with the June missions. You can just buy this yourself, or you can run it yourself, rather, or you can just buy it off of trade. When I bought it today, it was 1.4 divines. We're then going to go for the Unveil here, and there you go. What we're going to be looking for, now all of these crafts are good, but specifically for what we're discussing now, you're going to want to get the 25 rarity during item effect. Bada boom, bada bing. And now we have that Unveil. The other ones that were there as well, the life regen during your Flask Effect and the reduced mana cost during Flask Effect are also both very, very good. But for the purposes of this, what I'm discussing now, we are going to go with just that. Next thing we're going to do is get some gold flasks. You can either find these in maps yourself, or you could just buy them off of trade. They're actually quite expensive in of themselves. You see these 1-2 chaos ones are probably more troll. There's a few of them here though, 10, 20, 30 chaos. That's just for the base item. So in case you were unaware of the fact that the bases themselves have some value, let's see if we can get an answer here. You know, normally most flasks with nothing on them aren't really worth anything, but this league, just because of how popular MF is, the flasks themselves actually can be sold for quite a bit, so keep your eye out for that. If you are, you know, just in and about maps, you might want to adjust your loot filter to make them bigger perhaps as well. Next thing we're going to do here is we're going to be grabbing some enkindling orbs. We're also going to be using the instilling orbs as well. But for the first one here, just to show you the two different varieties of this that you can have. We're going to be looking for increased effect. You really actually don't even need to get the max roll, which is 70%. If you're on a very low sort of shoestring budget, you could stop just actually on any increased effect, which is you know, slightly over. I think it's about 25% chance that you get that. 4 enkindling orbs cost you about 1 to 2 chaos to add on to there. What I'm going to do here, just so this is a little bit faster with the demo. There we go. If you have multiple bases, I find that this is often the best way to do it.
Well, let's just see how this goes.
Okay. So now that we've put the 70% increased effect on there, this one is white, so we'll make that the quality. You don't actually have to do the quality because primarily we'll be targeting mage blood users here. Next thing we're going to do is just transmute it, and we're going to be looking for increased effect.
And I cannot help you.
There we go.
Leave
If you're on a very, very shoestring budget, don't use the nulls. You can just wait until you alteration into increased effect by itself. For the purposes of this video, and because I'm obviously not actually in need of lower levels of. Oh, there we go. Increased effect. So you can just alteration to that, and then what we're going to do is come here, and we're going to use that same craft. You see, it's 20 to 30%. All right. Now, if we go with the gold flask, increased effect, and this bench craft on it, you'll notice that that is...
Oh, I'm not on the right fucking... God damn it.
If we add in the 70% increased effect, we'll see it starts from 1 divine, 1.2 divines, and then if we upgrade this all the way up to 30%, you can see it is a 2 divine flask. So, this is a 1 in 11 range right here, which means it's going to cost you 66 chaos, or sorry, 66 baubles on average to get that to 30%. So we'll do that here. 29, 23, 26, 30%. There we go. 30% with 25 increased effect and the 70 increased effect. Oops, that's showing 29. You can see there's actually a big importance of that, right? To actually have the perfect roll, right? We see it's 2 divines if it's a perfect roll, but it's only 1 divine with a 29 roll. So it does make a substantial difference, right? So yeah, all you're gonna want to do again, you get that enkindle, you get the enkindle on there. There we go. Remove that. Bada boom. Throw the rarity craft on. And again, because it only costs 6 baubles, there we go, 30. Because it only costs 6 baubles and 6 scours on average to get it to the, sorry, 66 baubles and scours on average to get it to the 30% roll. That is obviously significantly cheaper than, significantly less expensive than 1 divine, which is the difference between just a roll of 29 to 30, right? So I would say it's not. I wouldn't say it's necessarily mandatory. You can still make money off of it, but if you're going to, optimize your or if you're attempting to optimize your result, I would highly suggest using the just getting as many until you get it to 30% as you can. We'll show you another one after this too, actually, where again, if you're like literally just starting out in League and you can't even afford, you know, the 20 or 30 chaos or whatever this costs on average, right? So, oh, nice, their first try. There we go. So we just made 6 divines there. So we paid 20 chaos, 40 chaos, 60 chaos. We ended up using 4 annuls, so 60, like 80 chaos. We used about 50 enkindling orbs, which are 1 seed each, so 110 chaos. And then we used about, say, 15 scours, and 15 times 6 is 90 Philosopher Baubles, so those are 1 to 2 chaos, so 30, so we spent about 150 C there, guys, 150 chaos, and we just made 6 divines, right? So 6 divines from 150 chaos on that, and it took us less than 5 minutes. If you don't want to, again, if you're very, very low currency level, and you just want to put on any increased effect level, right, like that, any increased effect with the enkindling, and then we'll go for the just any roll, right, on the rarity. So we're not being there. You can see it's still 120, 150 chaos. So to get the enkindle, you're talking about 3 chaos on average, and to put the benchcraft on there, you're talking about it'll be just that you don't have to scour in that situation. So you're talking 3 chaos plus 6 chaos, so it'll be 6 chaos and the cost of the flask, so that's 26, 36 chaos, depending on how much you pay for the flask, and then maybe let's say another 4 C for ults, which is not even that much, it's definitely less, but 40 chaos, and it returns 120 to 140, even with a terrible roll like this. Now, as I mentioned, in this case, we spent 150 C, right, and we're going to be getting back the equivalent of 650, right, so in that case, obviously it's a much higher return. So I do suggest putting it into the perfect lens, but if not, that's a very easy one to do. Now, another thing you can do as well, with respect to the Katarina flasks, you can just do that basically with any other base type too. Just roll the increased effect, right? And then the reduced mana cost of skills is a very, very popular one. You can put that on really any base type that's widely used. Granite flasks or diamond flasks. And Quicksilver especially tends to be one that I find sells quite easily. I've just demonstrated, so I won't review it again. But on a Quicksilver flask, you just get the increased effect. Put the or here's a good example. Sorry, I've got one real quick. Quartz flask, we put the 25% increased effect, and then we do benchcraft and life regen, and that doesn't even have a range on it, so it's guaranteed, right? So the you know, with the flask crafts, you have with the rarity it's a 1 in 11, right? But with the 3% life regen, it's guaranteed. There's no range on it. It's always 3%, so it's always going to cost you 6 baubles. And as we just saw there, in this case, the case of this flask, 3% with 70 increased effect, you're looking at 1 to 2 divines. This one's posted 4 days ago, so I suspect it's closer to 2 divs. So 2 divs for this, and all it's going to cost you is 6 baubles, and it's you know, 1 in 42, I believe, on the enkindling orb to get that 70% there. So that's strategy number 1. And again, the rarity flasks are very popular in this league because of course, because of the you know, focus a lot of people have on Magic Find. However, I do encourage you guys to check out a variety of different base types and different crafts that you can get from those Katarina flasks. One of the only caveats to that, though, is again, you do need to be able to have the bench mod, so you are going to have to buy a Cinder Swallow urn that is unidentified. In this case here, right, I can show you the cheapest veiled one is 1.4 divines, so you are going to have that input cost. You can sell the flask afterwards, of course. It's not going to sell for nearly as much, but yeah, they're 20C, so you more or less have to think of that as a, look at that. You can see here, look at that, guys. We got instantly message for it at 1 divine. I meant to actually list them at 2 divs, but you can see we got instant message, right? So that's pretty crazy. Sorry about this. We got a little quick sale here. Now, for the second strategy that we're going to be doing, guys, this one is one that I've covered in a multitude of videos. It has to do with crafting cluster jewels. And so what the premise is here is to get item level restricted cluster jewels, whereby having it within a certain range can allow you to hit the modifiers that are desirable. However, having it lower than a certain range removes some of the potential options. With this one specifically, this is an 8 passive, 10% attack damage jewel that is between item level 50 and 67. And what this is going to be targeting is Feed the Fury, Fuel the Fight, and Martial Prowess. This is used by a lot of different bow builds and has a lot of value. And by using the item level restriction, as we're about to here, you actually make it 1/3 the amount of fossils that are needed if you simply use a serrated fossil. So there we go, and we're done. 6 divines. So there we go. There's a 6 divine, 7 divine result right there. So we can throw that in. Now, again, I did just get lucky. There's no denying that. It takes 54 on average, though. Sorry, I realized how long the explanation for the flask went. I meant to make this a sub 20-minute video, just because I know the people that tend to be the ones that struggle with currency, or maybe some of the ones that might not be as inclined to watch, a video with the duration that mine typically are. So we're going to try and get all 5 of these strategies under 20 minutes. But that is the strategy here. So what you're looking for, again, is base type item, 50 to 67, 10% attack damage, 8 passives. And the reason for that is because if we take a look on Craft of Exiles here, cluster jewels, large attack damage, right? What we're wanting is feed, fuel, and martial prowess. And we are using fossils and a serrated fossil. If we can see, if we got a max item level, it takes 172 fossils and 172 resonators. However, if we pop that item level down to 67, right, you can see it takes 54 resonators. And the reason we need to have it at least item level 50 is because Feed the Fury requires item level 50. This is something I have covered, honestly, probably 5 or 10 different videos now, but it always seems to work. I actually did make a breakdown of this myself before I bought a bunch of them earlier to calculate what the odds are on it, and show that to you now. The actual mathematical breakdown is that the odds are 1 in 54, as we see there. The cost per attempt, on average, we're talking the bases. I paid 100 chaos for. The fossils, they are 20 to 22 to 1 divine, so they're about 10.75 chaos each. And then resonators are 71 to 1 divine, which means that the average cost is 840 C, which means it's about 3.9 divs per attempt on average, but the profit of, at a bare minimum, 2. The sale price is at 6 on the lowest, 7 for a lot of them, and you're going to make at least 2 divines on average there. And again, I realize some of you might not be at that range, but again,
Hey guys, Cal Torak here. This is an introduction to Thorns.
Nope.
is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
You did it!
Make your wish. The battle begins. Lose yourself within this thread and I can help you. Leave now.
I can't do this just yet.
Uh-oh. Man, nothing. Wide swing. I don't think I have you yet.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
slow.
Ahoy there! We'll make it happen.
Need something?
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do
can't do
not,
this just
only ruin awaits.
Didn't even break a sweat.
can't do this just yet. Can't do this just yet. My spirit's spent.
Jettas. Weird.
What is your desire? You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
Enter it and see.
Quantity. Oh no. Oh, am I not gonna be able to fucking gen enough?
My spirits are spent.
Fuck!
pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
Let's get it done. Cover me!
your desire? Stay sane, exile.
Warriors far greater than you ever will be.
Ah, damn it. It's not bad. Where'd he go from there? There you are. Getting pretty old.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
break a sweat.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
Can't do this just yet.
Refuse to die. Stay behind. You must escape.
What? Aw. What the fuck are these things? Grotesque moth. Oh, sorry, I'm eating.
this just yet.
Make your wish. Not all treasure is silver and gold.
Stay sane, Exile.
Power is later. Think, mortal. Criminal.
I can't do this just yet.
What's on your mind?
The thread is revealed.